morning, good morning. All right. Kind of a weird area. Good low though, so far, but not sure what we do from here after this big pop. And now rotation up, and now rotation back here. It was a good hold of 60 on NQ. But I need to see us flip this, I think, and get back over our 15-minute VWAP here at 160, 130. This was our pivot from last week. And then show this as supportive on a retoast. We're just rotating around this VWAP right now on both ES and NQ. Every look above so far has failed. So there's a lot of potential that this is the high, even though we had such a reactive bounce that this area above just kind of holds and then pushes us back down on both NQ and ES. So we have to be very careful for that. We just don't have enough information yet. It's a good bounce on Russell, 30-second opening range though. Full rotation here on both ES and NQ off of a failure at our VWAP. RTY leading down into this 30-second opening range low. And day open. Let's see what we do here. Again, this is just a rejection of our 15-minute VWAPs on both ES and RTY from Globex, as well as Russell failing to build above. So now, as we come down into these lows, let's see what they do.
Voice
Holding our lows so far. Not enough info yet. Bid sitting at 40 on ES. I'd love to see if this 44 could hold. And then we rotate up to like 55. As long as Russell can continue to push, but we really want to see this edge. Just all the edges try to hold here. After looking into our lows, we want to see a potential higher low. Same thing on ES here from a look below. Same thing on RTY. This is what you really want to see from buyers trying to step up. Because if they don't, right, then these are just going to be failed attempts. Then we'll look back below, and then we have to can play the offer on this area. But I need to see this look below and then this hold. It's a tough area because you want to short, but if we put this higher low in here, then it's a bid for rotations back up. Yeah. As long as you're playing off of your edge hold and then the higher low, it is manageable. Your first risk off should be 55. This is one of those things where I talk about you don't want to short your bottom edge. It just doesn't meet your. It's much your odds are much more in your favor to just long your lower edge than trying to short something that hasn't happened yet. So what we know right now is that we have a seller into these highs. So it makes more sense to try to close your long here or look for a short here with the hopes that this seller is going to remain the highest point. And that a bid is going to try here where they've tried the last two attempts, right? So your options are to wait for this to break and hold as resistance for a push down, or play this look below, just like we have in the last two attempts, for rotations back up to said seller, right? So you can try a short at these highs, the seller into it for a rotation back to this low, or you can try the look below and then bidding a higher low with your stop here, right? And then playing back up to this guy. Or you just wait for this to break down and then retest and hold this, right? Like those are your options always. Just keep an eye on Russell if it can get back over or if this is going to fail. Right, you never want to be like looking for those shorts where we've clearly seen a bid form over and over again until we've flipped it and then are holding it as an offer. It just doesn't feel great. I'm waiting for a reoffer of this edge for any sort of short attempt. Or to me, this is just, again, like I said, I'll look below and then a fail. I need to see like a very clear Russell hold of our 30-second opening range as our low, or I just expect this to be a reversion and then continuation up. Same thing as our 30-second on ES. Like I just can't short here personally, unless I see a better reoffer. NQ still hasn't broken lows. What? Hello, Sparrow. Goodbye, Sparrow. Hold of our lows on NQ. Rotation back up. See if ES can find a bid here on the look back above 45, 44. Again, it's all about this look below, and then we look for a secondary buyer for rotations back up to this. And Q's still maintaining. Full rotation here on ES and NQ as we push into target. Russell failing, hold of our PVZ low off our reversion, rotation back up to our 30-second opening range. This is why I didn't want to short the low. I'm out 2 here on ES as we push into target, and NQ as well into our 130, 160. Again, this is target for me on ES. If we can push over this, awesome, but I need to see it first. Did people understand what just happened or no? Okay. And this is our same pivot from last week, our 130, 160. It needs to flip. If we can't get over 160 and hold, then I just don't see a sustainable move. This is just our top of our balance, right? Like, it's very clear. Look at our candles on the 15, right? We're just an inside candle right now, holding our lows and holding our highs, with VWAP as our resistance at 160. So it's our top edge. We'll watch to see if sell side is going to hold this or if we can flip it, you know? Keeping an eye on Russell for that low. But we need to show sustainability above our VWAP. If this continues to just hold as resistance, we're not looking great on the medium time frame, right? But if we can flip it, looks great. Yes, being able to hold POC from yesterday, our previous day POC, right, from Friday, would be a great sign that we then want to rotate up to target our previous day value high, right? When we have targets in between that, we have our 74, we have our 84, and then we have our target into our 90 to 95. So we would have 3 targets that we can then play around as we rotate up into that with our idea of us holding previous day POC. If previous day POC holds as resistance, right, this 130, 160, after a failure here, then we can look for rotations back through. And then what did we just bounce, right? Previous day value low. So we're trading in between right now, previous day POC and previous day value low. That is our current rotation. So when will we be bearish on the day? Well, when we're not holding yesterday's structure or our Friday structure, right? And our day open, that's when we'll be bearish. Until then, right, this is where we talked about this is the only place that you'd look to short. This is the only place you're looking to long. This is our balance. So we've just done the rotation where you took your profits, and now we're rotating back down to where we took our bid from the look below and then the hold back into our offer. There's no more until we can push above this. There's no
Within 10 minutes time now
more
at the top of the
below
hour, we're
before we can
expecting
push
comments
below
from
this.
ECB's Chip Alone, who appears at the hearing of the Committee on Economic and Monetary Affairs to discuss the latest developments in the digital euro project.
Now we wait.
Chevron is exploring options to buy foreign assets of Russia's Lukoil, according to 5 sources.
Hold of our lows so far. ES and NQ holding our lower edge. Russell holding its lower edge so far. Watching.
In 5 minutes' time now, at the top of the hour, ECB board member Chip Alone appears at the hearing of the Committee on Economic and Monetary Affairs to discuss the latest developments in the digital euro project.
Are you just mad at the rotation? Like, what do you mean? Back into our 15-minute POC from our previous candle. Again, need to flip and hold this, or we will continue to just find our bids into these wick lows. Russell, still holding our 30-second opening range. Bid sitting at 740 still on EOS. About 640 contracts sitting there.
Euro climbs above 180 against the yen to a record high.
40 seconds till new 15s.
Shortly expecting comments now from ECB's Chipolone.
Hold of our lows on open of new 15s. Watching to see if 80s can now be supportive off of a push from our low again. This 60 to 80 would need to be a hard rejection here if we're going to go down and hold. Or I'll just look for the flip. This would be our reoffer here on RTY and NQ if we're going to continue down, or we'll look for the flip and then the failure again on the lows. ES has just bounced our previous day value low and is our 30-second opening range. There is absolutely nothing here for me other than a rejection of our 74s to this basically, right? This is where you're watching your offer off of PVZ. And we want to see that happen at the same time across the board. Offer holding our edge. You should be your first risk off here as we push into our target on NQ off of our failure and hold into our first rotation. Same thing on Russell here off of our failure at our 30-second opening range into our first target. Everything is labeled and automatic off of our indicator. PVZ held, rotation down to target 1. 30-second opening range held, target 1. If not that, it's just our pivots that we have drawn. Failure into our highs, rotation below, hold of our lows where previous bid was. This is your risk, rotation down to next target. Yes, not much more to be expected here until we can flip below, just like we talked about. This is target. If we can push below our ETH low and our 30-second opening range low here, we should get a secondary signal. But also, this is it, right? We need to see if we're going to get more now. What's up, Sauce? I'm in the exact same trade as you. I just have one runner left.
According to Xinhua, Chinese premier pledges closer cooperation with Russia.
I am flat on NQ here for 1,000 per. Waiting. See if ES can find resistance here and we get more, but I think Russell's coming into
Chinese
a
premier
potential bid. NQ again is
says
just
that
at
China
target.
welcomes
We need to
agricultural
see it flip.
products from Russia.
I'll wait to see how we end here. I might be missing out on some move. That's okay with me. Just watching to see how we interact here into our ETH low and 30-second opening range low. I think RTY can get a bit volatile here, so I don't want to be too greedy. Because I think that there's potential for a bid here as we push into this. Yeah, exactly. Waiting for the flip, just like we did on ES. This would then hold, but I think that we find a bid here and then we test this edge and then we have to look for this rotation down like so if we're going to do it. Yes, 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 yes. New 15.
The Fed bids for 3-month bills total $4.2 billion and 6-month bills total 3.7.
I'm still flat. I'm just waiting. Russell getting our bid where we thought. We're watching to see our offers if it sits here into this like 85 to 25K. If only someone was telling you that for years. But I'm glad you're actually trying it now. There's some things that no matter how many times someone tells you, you just gotta experience it for yourself. I've talked about that before. It's just one of those things, man.
So in 10 minutes time now, at the bottom of the hour, the US is due to sell $86 billion in 3-month bills, prior high yield of 3.78% and a prior bid to cover of 2.83. The US is also due to sell $77 billion in 6-month bills with a prior high yield of 3.69% and a prior bid to cover of 2.95.
I'm not completely sold on this short yet, but if you're gonna try it, you can try a small one from 70 to 80, 10 points on reoffer with Russell breaching lows is our go. But if we can't break lows here, then I think that this is going to fail. So what I'm looking at is just what our pathing shows, which is I'm looking at this edge and I'm looking at these highs. And I'm watching to see from the look above if we can now offer and hold this for a continuation down. But again, like if we can't breach lows here and Russell doesn't show interest below, this will be a trap and we will then be looking back up. Which is why I've been a little weary on trying to play this. Because if RTY continues to maintain down here, I just don't know if we have it in us. We either like hold strong or this absorbs and flips over 25k. So you can try playing off of these wicks here for 10 points of risk. But if this doesn't immediately get slapped down into 70 to 80, then I think, again, we will flip and then we'll go bullish. Yeah. RTY holding. See what they do. Russell pushing into first target off of our hold of our low. Watching to see if we can flip over 25. Your risk has to be very tight into our low. We wait for Russell momentum loss. Watching our edge now. $70 to $80 holding us supportive so far. Our flip of our sell. Need to rotate over 25K for more.
In 5 minutes' time now, at the bottom of the hour, the US is due to sell $86 billion in 3-month bills. Prior high yield was 3.78%, and the prior bid to cover was 2.83. US also due to sell $77 billion in 6-month bills, with a prior high yield of 3.69% and a prior bid to cover of 2.95.
Bid holding our low at 70, rotating up, see if we flip 25K. RTY still pushing. ES into our 30-second opening range here, into our 27. Again, need to flip this 25K or more. We've held our low, we've failed on our sell, right? Bid is now holding where we are looking for an offer. Rotation's up. Now watch to see if we can bid here. RTY still pushing from our pivot. I'm risking off some NQ here into our 25 and then seeing if we can find a secondary to add. Targets above would be 040 and then 090 on NQ. First target here into 040. The reason why we want to be taking a little profit here is that this is our Russell 30-second opening range low, where we could lose some momentum, as well as ES previous day value low, etc., etc. So this is where we'll potentially see a little bit of a momentum loss. We'll have to see, as well as just NQ, our value edge here at 40. I have another PT take profit at 65 and then 90.
Shortly expecting the results of both the US 3 and 6-month bill auctions.
Tagged into 65. In runners now at 90. Or 490. Tagged into 90, 5 left. Looking for a 130 with my first risk off at 113 into POC. But looking for just a reversion to VWAP, really. If we can hold this pivot. Should just be doing this upper balance now.
Three-month bill high rate 3.795%, 3.795%, with a bids cover of 2.8, 2.8. The US selling 86 billion and awarding 56.39% of bids at high. For the 6-month high rate of 3.71%, 3.71%, with a bids cover of 2.8, 2.8. US selling $77 billion, awarding 62.59% of bids at high.
RTY calls the low once again. Should just be a reversion to VWAP. See if this buyer can be found here into the 60 to 80.
US Senator Graham says Congress is moving on the bipartisan Russia sanctions bill. Have Trump's blessing to advance the Russia sanctions bill.
It's tagged into 130. Back to our VWAP here across the board. Held our pivot alpha PVZ on ES, rotating up. Next limit is sitting at 160. I love how much this man is getting flamed for this post. It is so good. The amount of memes that are coming off of it, man, they're so good. Oh, Netflix did a 10-to-1 stock split. Gross. I just risked off another 2. I only have 2 left here from my average up on our 60 to 80 hold. Oh, excuse me. Just watching to see what we do. If we can flip over 160, I'll add. New 15's just opened. Opening at POC on NQ and at our Russell VWAP. I'm unsure. So I've taken off a little risk just in case we absorb and then fail here. We can hold 130. We should look to 160. I'm just taking off a little risk. If this flips, then I'd be looking for something like this again. I'll add if we can flip this, and then I'll look for rotations up to next target. into 160 here. RTY still just showing no interest over view up. Yes, pushing into next target off of flipping and holding our high, pushing into our PVZ target value high as well as yesterday, previous day POC. Again, need to flip this for more upside, or I just expect this to be where we absorb. If we can flip and show an active bid, amazing. Then we can look up for our previous day value high. But we need to see it to believe it. Again, this was our target, so we'll see what happens now. Again, if 130, 160 can start to hold as supportive, and we get our look over 160 and then a very active bid, then we can start to do a much larger upper rotation. But this pivot has to flip, or we'll just absorb here and then rotate back through on a reoffer of 130. These are the same pivots as last week. Yeah, that's what I was just saying. So that previous day POC on ES needs to go supportive, as well as it's just our PVZ. If we do that, then we can look for a push to like 74 and then 83 and then 95-ish. That would be my guess. We'll see. I mean, it should just be dependent on what Russell does, honestly. So if we can flip VWAP, then we should just rotate up to 395 on Russell, right? If we can actually hold it, just gonna have to wait and see. This entire low is based off of Russell finding a low there. Let's see if we can build at 160. Yeah, honestly, there's, you know. into our highs here. If you're playing off of 160, this is a great first risk off for 20 points. I'd like to see a bit more into like 200, but just keep that in mind. This early? Good luck. I know. Well, your kid's good, but having to socialize is bad. So that's what I'm wishing you good luck for. Your kid didn't do anything wrong. We already know that. See ya. Alright, I'm risking off a bit more here as we push up. My average is just 160 now, as we push into 200 for 40 points. I just have 4 left. At 160 now. Ugh. Just playing our pathing. It's just because I risk out in sets of 2. So it looks like a lot more trades. I add on sets of 5 and then just exit in like sets of 2. So it makes for quite a lot of lines, which is usually why I have it turned off. Yeah, exactly. I knew what you were talking about. Later, Jason. Good call. I honestly don't know how much more we're gonna get anyways. We've done the reversion, so it might take a bit to secure up here on the flip before we go on. I'm not sure, but we've done like the full path, so it's 12. Not sure if we get chopped for a bit and then we go, or if we just go now. I don't know. It's probably not worth your time if you're not having a great day. We'll see. Yes, holding our previous day POC at R63. See if we can get that rotation up to 74 on ES. Russell holding where we want at R87. Popping. I'd love to see this continue to just kind of like crawl up until we get to that 95. Yeah. Not enough info yet. I will be right back. Grab some water. Lord. ES just tested value low previous candle. Still just battling at the 63. One minute until new 15s. Just waiting this out. Russell still bidding off of VWAP in our 30-second opening range. No change, but ES really struggling to show any interest above. NQ just building at our 160, 130. See if this becomes a trap above, then we reoffer below, or if we can just maintain here in balance. I don't have an answer for you yet. Failure at this 130, 160 would just be a rotation down to 080 though. So we really want to see us sustain here, build out this pivot, go off of this, or again, we'd be rotating down to 80 for a reversion to VWAP off of a failure above. $25 seconds. 130 holding so far. I'm really just watching to see if we reoffer and then reject and then continue downwards, or if we can float back up. No ability to look above on ES. Russell just bouncing view up. Nothing really here. I want to see this offer be really strong at this 150 on NQ and then pushes below 130, showing us that sell side is in control for that rotation down to 80 like I was talking about. Just need to see where the offer sits. I'm flat, got stopped into 130, so on my long runners, watching now to just see if we hold this is our pivot for a continuation down, or if we flip back up. Again, RTY is flat, and so I don't really trust anything on NQ, but I'm flat because of where my stop was. Just watching. Again, RTY is still just flat at VWAP, just bouncing. Watching to see if we put in a lower offer. I'm going to try small here into 150, 160. Not putting on major risk until we show this interest below. Still bidding off of 130. 160, rotation down to 130 again, still just chopping here on our pivot. Need to push below from a hold of 160 and then a rotation below 130 for a secondary move. That'll actually be, I don't know, like 60 points, 80 points. But right now it's just chop, 30-point range. Still good, but not what I want.
UK mulls options to retaliate against Europe over steel tariffs. People familiar discuss the UK plan for a tariff response to Europe. So an earlier reported Amazon US dollar bond sale draws about $80 billion of demand.
Again, just rotation from 160 to 130. Need the flip with Russell holding view up as resistance, retesting now. See if RTY, excuse me, can start to lead down, or if we're just gonna balance here. Same thing on ES, there's just nothing as well. We're balanced in this pivot. Gotta wait for Russell to start leading down. We could be right on NQ and this 160 holds for the next hour, right? So it's just like trading for the 30 points and then looking for the reoffer and the push below once we get it to add makes more sense than just like chopping around. I mean, 30 points is still decent money. Even with 5 contracts here, it's still like 300 bucks on MNQ. Playing off 50. And like if this continues to fail and we continue to not be able to push below 130 and then we do pop over 160 with Russell holding where it is, like this is just going to be us saying sell side doesn't have what it needs to push down, so we will continue to go up off of a failure here, right? We maintain pivot. If what I'm saying ever doesn't make sense, like you need to be vocal about it, or I'm just going to assume we're all on the same page. You really have to let me know, ask questions, so that I can go more into more detail if need be. But if we're all on the same page, like if I don't hear anything from you guys, like I'm assuming we're there, right?
Good morning, balanced enjoyers.
Yo.
Scared someone away. They're like, hell no.
I don't know. People are quiet today.
Yeah. I think it'll probably be a quiet afternoon, and same with tomorrow. What's up, Sauce? You gonna stay all day again, Sauce? Maybe. We're doomed. My inside pest guy, holy. The dog will bring in some fleas.
So Top Step got everyone to join that Project X garbage and then revoked licensing from all other firms.
Holy.
Is that really true? If I got all of like the other prop firms making memes about it.
I mean, that sounds like something they would do right now.
This
They
is
really
like-
are flying too close to the sun.
This is Lucid. The CEO of Lucid just posted that. Oh, Top Step is something. Quite the power trip. 160 rejection again, rotation through. ES held our pivot, 6350, a rotation below. See if we reoffer 130 for continuation down to 80. You just locked in, man. At least you took it out of the oven. Taking off my first risk here into 90. I'm looking for a full rotation though into our 80 to 60. I just don't know where this bounce is going to be. It's going to be somewhere into this low. Just looking for a rotation of this range. That's a lot of ants.
I would go crazy. Ants are one thing I cannot stand.
Yeah,
I'd rather not.
Into 80 here. This is target. Safely flip. Again, need to get below the 60 for offering continuation. This is target from our 160 and then our 130 offer, and then rotation down to this lower balance. We flip this, then we can look for a 30-second opening range again. If not, then it is what it is. Just a full rotation of what we were just doing. I've taken off 90% of my risk here, watching to see if we get continuation. Same thing for ES. Offer at our 54s, rotation down to our 44, 10 points off of our hold. It's the same trade. This is Russell into our 30-second opening range low. For more, we'll probably need to see a re-offer of this and then a continuation down, would be my guess. Immediate bid off of 80. Watch Russell for a lower high if it's going to do it. That's the trade we talked about 40 minutes ago. Just chop between 160 and 130 while we wait for that rotation down to 80. Now, again, let's see if Russell can hold the lower high here. Fail to get back above. And then look below this 83 for continuation. Or if this holds and then rotates up and this is nothing. Regardless, it's still good points on NQ. That's a crazy amount of ants. Not on yours, Sam. That one's fake as hell, but that one's crazy. Yeah, actually looking at that. They must be in like your wall or something.
Maybe it's time to move to a place with winter so you get rid of them for half the year.
There's this really good powder you can buy on Amazon that gets rid of them very quickly if you have ants inside your house. Let me see if I can find it. It's been a really long time since I've had this issue, but I remember you don't need to do all that. I'm telling you, there's just like this like white powder you put and it like tracks it back into their hive and poisons them all instantly. You'll never see them again. Yeah. Is that what it's called, Sam?
That's one of them.
Trying to like go through my. I'm like 6 years in my past on my orders on Amazon right now, trying to find it. This stuff worked insanely well. Why is Amazon's green now? I hate this. This is awful. Like, look at this. Like, their header is green. What's up with that? It's ugly.
AI told them that UI is better.
It's awful. Is that for Christmas, really? All right, this is the product. Apparently, it is not safe for pets. But I just put it under like the fridge, and I put it like near like under cabinets. It was never an issue. I don't know. I've always had dogs. It's also not available right now, but I'm sure you could find something similar. Because like you put it like where their path was, and they just take it right back. Let me see if there's anything by the same brand. Again, this was years ago I bought this. The bottle lasts forever. But if you can find something with the same active ingredient, like it's just boric acid, it wrecked them. Yeah. Yeah, if like your spray guide doesn't work, just buy some like boric acid. Got rid of our ants instantly. I like felt bad. We probably killed like an entire colony. Yeah. I have a couple of runners here, but I don't know. I might just stop out.
In 10 minutes' time now, at the top of the hour, Fed's Kashkari is due to be moderating a fireside chat with the Christoph Beck, CEO of Ecolab. No text is expecting, and again, Q&A is moderating this.
If we can hold this pivot, then I'll play with the Russell below 30. But I'm out at over 85. See if we can add here. Russell leading down. I accidentally closed my position and then just I'm reopening from this pivot here now. So I'm playing off of this 60 now. Looking for that rotation down to 25k with Russell leading, ideally. Bid sitting at 25. Yes, into our 30-second opening range high. RTY into our next pivot here. I've taken off a little profit just to secure. This area is so messy. I messed up. But we're still very profitable playing off of this 60. It's so stupid of me. Here, I'll show you what I'm talking about in a second. A little messy. I closed by accident instead of add. So then I had to immediately close that position and then re-add. But it's okay. And just took off a little there. I hate when I do stuff like that. It's like my finger locks. That's so dangerous, man. Jesus.
It's been 5 minutes time now at the top of the hour. Fed's Kashkari is due to be moderating a Q&A session.
I have I have nerve damage in my right hand, and so like sometimes my like hand locks up, and I'll like inadvertently click. I need to not be sitting on the buy market. That's all it
Time
is.
for the Steam Deck.
Yeah. It's all good. Just as annoying. Ruin my average for no reason. Yeah, I really should. Do they? I need to like. How do like people function as a lefty with mouses? To buy like a lefty mouse. Left-handed.
It's asymmetricals.
Ew, these look so weird. Just looks wrong. If you're left-handed, you're just wrong.
Heard it here first.
Look at this thing. It's an abomination.
Yeah.
Like you're just no. Honestly, it's so unlucky if you're born left-handed. Like the world is just not made for you. That's rough. So he just needs aim labs. Is he good with the controller, Sam? Is it just like a mouse that he's iffy on? Oh, okay, well. Yeah, it sounds horrible, right, Michael? I can't even. I'm already terrible with my right hand, you know? Like, oh, Lord. Maybe I open up aim labs and try to do it right and left hand. I'd be curious to see what yours are, Mario.
Surely expected
How big
to
of a
hear from
difference there is?
Kashkai.
It'd be astronomical.
Yeah, you'd get like my aim with your left hand. It'd be huge.
I can't even like think about that.
All right, as we push into 25K, this is our next risk off. Just taking some profits, and I'm closed. There we go. So even with the mess up, we were still able to play off of that offer and then push lower. If we pop below our 30-second opening range, then maybe we get more. Russell still has room to the downside, technically, back down to our low pivot where we called the bounce across the market into this 72 to 75 area. This is this green zone. So watch to see if we have one more leg on RTY here. Again, this is where we closed our short originally and then looked for longs because of this push down into this. So if we double bottom down here, that'd be another leg on NQ. As we approach this, I just risk off. I don't need to capture every single thing. It's okay. I will be all right. I just can get very volatile into these areas, so I always just close. If you have the ability to hold runners and you're in for much higher and you didn't mess up your average like I did,
then you can leave a trail. It's no biggie. I, however, did not have the opportunity to do that, so I'm closing a target. Remember the last time we were down here? Again, I closed into this, but remember we failed on the look below the 30-second opening range on the last attempt. Remember playing off of the 70 to 80? We're back here, right? This is our 70 to 80 again. So this is just target for me. If we flip below and then we can hold on reoffer, then we can continue downwards. But remember the last time that we did this, we saw Russell come into this low. We chopped, and then we rotated back up off of it, off of a failure from a look below on 70 to 80 on NQ, and then popped back up. So just keep that in mind. Same thing as before. Like I said, I'm fine missing out on some points. It's not a big deal to me. This is the same thing that we did on the last attempt. So we pushed below, and then NQ tried to get some more movement. It failed. There's very clearly someone absorbing here into this 45 to 70 area. And Russell came down into our pivot, and then we immediately saw a bid when RTY found momentum again. So as we come into our green zone, just keep in mind that we are looking for potentially the same thing to play out again. This is our 30-second opening range on NQ at 70. Immediate bid off of that. I think we probably have a little bit more, though. I'm flat until I have a bit more clarity. I'll be right back.
Still some liquidity on the buy side here in ES coming in. Every chunk has been traded through, but there it is still somewhat active.
All right. And it was so nice having a pause from winter this weekend, and now it's 30 degrees again. It's just like 50 to 60 this weekend for no reason.
Yeah.
And now it's freezing again. Like turned off my heat. People are walking around in shorts. Yeah, like I'm probably same. It's freezing again. Again, I am flat. I have no willingness to trade in this 25k to 970 area. Just we gotta wait for what Russell wants to do. I think it could be pretty choppy down here. ES is doing what we want, which is holding our 30-second opening range as resistance here at 27s. But again, remember, like this resulted in one. You could get like maybe a rotation down to 16 from this, but I'm just gonna be waiting to see how RTY reacts into the low. Again, like it's here. Like I'll mark this low as well, just in case. Right now we're doing a pretty much the same thing, which is we offered our mid, and then we get like a rotation down into this 47 area, and then we'll see if we then do the same pop or if something else happens. I don't know. I'm not trading it until we have more clarity. I'm just expecting this downside to continue, and we then look to see how we interact into this. See how Russell reacts down here. Dude, what is going on with my RTY DOM? What the hell? Okay. I'm risking like $200 right now playing off of our top edge here on Russell. That's 74.7. Stop at 72.4. Stuff our pivot. Not touching NQ or ES until we have more clarity. Immediate bid, just like we talked about. All right, huge. This is why I didn't want to short down there. Russell into our pivot, immediate explosion, taking off risk into 79.5 on RTY. Did not touch NQ on this move because that's terrifying down there. I'm out one of my two contracts on NQ, on RTY. I love that every artist on Twitter is trying to fix that free written chin.
I mean, when I saw that, I died, man.
Every artist.
The biggest actually ever.
It's the same bait. 70 bid held off of our look below and fail. Rotation up to 25k. Right? So this is just the same as before. This is the exact same price action we saw into this low on last attempt, which is failure below, look back up, bid at our lows, and now we're trying to battle for this push above. They can hold with Russell also having
We are
momentum,
shortly
then we're
expecting
good.
results from the
If this
Fed reverse
fails,
repo
then
facility.
it's just garbage chop, right? We'll see. This is why I played Russell, because this is much more for sure pivot than ES and NQ, which is just choppy 30-second opening range garbage, so I'm just not touching it. But if we can get it back over 25k, I'll be potentially interested in NQ, but I'll just wait. I've already taken profit and made this trade free on Russell. My risk is $120 now, and it's not risk because we took profit for 200 some on the first leg on the upside. Mario, I need to send you something. This guy's got some really good infographics that you might want to use.
Yoink.
Seven counterparties take $3.172 billion at the Fed's reverse repo operation.
Another hold of our 70 low on NQ. Russell still maintaining. Watching our 25k again here. See if we can hold our top edge and flip it, or if it's going to continue to just chop between our ORL and ORH. Little look above, see if it can bid. Need to see RTY show interest above as well. I don't think I'll be interested in a short on NQ until we flip below 45, personally. Unless we see something like drastic on a sell at 70. I don't know. This low is just like pretty clear on footprint so far. I need to see a bit more, or I just expect another reversion to VWAP back up to like 080 on NQ. I'm still just in my Russell runner. I'm waiting on NQ still. This is what our low looks like. This is what our previous low looks like, and then this is what our current one is. This is why I just am not interested right now. So I'm just waiting. Again, RTY had a really solid pivot from last week that I'm playing around, but I need a bit more on NQ. This higher low is decent. Good hold of our ORM. Testing ORH now. RTY is still flat though. Oh, I just posted that in your DM and not. Whoops.
Only I get the zone, guys.
Yeah, what?
NT.
Russell into pivot here. 79.5. Watching this 25k to 010 area, seeing if we can flip it, and then I'll look for rotations back up to 80 if we can do it. I still haven't taken a trade on NQ into this low. Waiting. I want to see Russell's reaction. We did the full rotation though, off of our low into target. Now just waiting to see if we can continue to push. I really want to see, for a bid here, I want to see NQ show interest here, and then I'll play this as our risk, I think. For a rotation up to 80. First target, 60, secondary target, or sorry, 40 and then 60 and then 80, just like on our last attempt when we were here. But I gotta wait. They're really trying to bait me here. Do I play this 85? I don't know. I'm just gonna wait. Fuck it.
These like the lunch hours have been feeling that way, where like it looks like it wants to do something and it just like sticks for the hour and get a good move after.
I'm watching our RTY low. See if we can hold this higher low on NQ with RTY retesting. See if that results in another rotation up with like this being our support and then popping and then going. Or if this is going to fail with RTY leading down. Your 15's opening soon. 50 seconds. 70 holding. Russell pushing down into our lows here again. See if the bid's found. Again, this area on NQ is really rough. We just gotta wait for Russell to figure out what it wants to do. This is probably a better way to visualize this. This is where absorption is occurring. How do I mark this?
Yes, still some resting liquidity down through 20 and 19.
Will it crash here? What? Only if RTY leads. If we flip 45s and reoffer, then I have a short bias, like I said. If not, this is where we absorb the low and then we pop. This is a dangerous area. Can't believe my dog hasn't come to get me yet. That's a record.
It is about that time.
Yeah.
Little peek here.
We need to see a very clear reoffer here on Russell. NQ still holding our absorption zone. I want RTY to lead, or this is just going to rotate. Same thing on ES, just push it to target. This offer has got to be clear as day. If you're playing off of this 70 to 45 area, this is your risk off into 25 to like 010 is high. This needs to flip. The seller sitting here. There's not much else here
Amazon says
until
the size of its US dollar bond offering
pop
at
it.
$15 billion. So again, Amazon looking at a US dollar bond offering $15 billion. Keep in mind, we heard earlier that they did have up to $80 billion in demand for this auction.
Again, this should be your first risk off into 25 if you're playing off the low. Offer sitting at 15, moving up to 20 now. RTY trying to make a higher low here at our pivot off of the failure on the look below and failure to offer. And Q into our seller. Rotating up, big ol' pop. Lows held again. Again, first target is 40s, and then 60, and then 80 for your reversion to VWAP. There's your 40. Offer sitting at 50s. Yes, pushing into our 30-second opening range high here into 37. Russell coming up to our pivot at 79.5. Let's see if Russell can find a bid here. And Q seller are sitting at that 40 to 50. Just watching to see if we get a higher low now. RTY can find momentum again, and we can build, then should be okay. We just gotta wait and see.
So in
Same
10
thing
minutes
here on
time now,
NQ.
at the top of the hour, Trump is due to be meeting the FIFA task force on the 2026 World Cup. We've got a live video in the calendar. We'll get one on the feed as well.
Just waiting for Russell to find the low. This guy up at 40 is like pretty trapped. Watching for offer into 25 to 15. We should find a bid here into 70 regardless, and then we look for a lower high, and then we look for a continuation down below 45. Just failed into target, right? So we absorbed into our previous POC. From the sell side into 40 to 60, we saw that seller sit there. POC is now in the high of this candle. Watching the bottom of our balance here now, where we absorbed last. I expect at least a little bit of a bid here. And then we look for a lower high, and then an offer, and then a continuation down. If we just immediately flip below 45, I'll look for that to be our offer, and then we should get some decent continuation because all these buyers will be offsides. But until then, I expect a little bit of a bid here, and then we look for a lower high, seeing as this is our balance here between 70 and 25K for right now. See if RTY can hold the low.
After that test liquidity on ES moved back into 19. Like split from 15 and moved up.
It's like 230 contracts sitting at 370 on Russell right now.
So in 5 minutes time now at the top of the hour.
Push below
Trump keeps
45.
meeting with the FIFA task force on the World Cup 2026. Live videos on the feed for those interested.
Offer stepping into 12 after that take through. See if we get two-sided here on ES.
They're trying to sweep up. Well, we want that offer to hold so we can rotate down to 700s on ES, ideally.
Yeah, we really need sell pressure there.
Yeah. I want to see us defend the hell out of this. And then go down with Russell lead. Beautiful. Should be first risk off here. Move stops down.
Goodbye, Kev.
See you, man.
So we should shortly be expecting comments from Trump. Again, the live video is on the feed.
Old Trump. That's our 700 target on ES. This is just our little pivot here on NQ as we're at our 700. Just watching to see how we react here. Next leg down would be into 850 if we can flip this. Offer sitting at like 905, 910 on NQ. Watching for another leg on Russell.
Let's take a look at the US stocks extending declines. S&P 500 down 0.8%, NASDAQ declining 0.8%, and Dow down about 0.8%.
RTY holding our pivot, continuing down.
Nice liquidity coming into 6,700 on ES on the offer. Every time it shows, though, it pulls and then sweeps. Still watching it for stacking.
pushing into next target, 850, off of our offer and flip of our 86. Taking off a little risk here. Should get a bit more room into Russell, into 60 would be my guess. But taking off more. Next target would be 800s if 50s flipped. ES into next target here into 92. I only have 2 left. It's not a big deal. Just gonna see what we do with it. Upside leg from our same pivot, all the way up, downside, all the way down. That's funny.
What's up, Kolsky?
It was very good for a Monday. See if we can flip this or if this is going to hold. I'm unsure. Waiting on Russell to figure out if he wants one more leg down. I think we get one more, but we shall see. Watching to see if we can build above this like 911 or if this is going to fail and then look back below and then offer. This is really all I'm watching for. So where is this going to, if this is going to trap, can we then get a lower offer back below this where this bid rests with Russell also following suit? We need RTY loss of momentum for this to play, but I'll be watching for something like this if we're going to get one more leg. We need to wait for Russell to push down. My stop sitting at 915 on my runners from my average down. See if it plays or if I get stopped. It's fine either way. This will be my last thing I do, and then I'm gonna dip. Stuff to do. As we push down into RTY lows as well as NQ lows and ES lows off of our pathing, this should be your first risk off just in case we can't breach here. Just FYI. But we got our look above, we got our reoffer, and now we're rotating. Again, this should be your first risk off as Russell retests lows. We need that to breach and start to show interest below if we're going to continue down for that last leg. Right now, this is just a very clear offer, and then rotation in. Right? We need to now see a breach of this, and then we can look for that next leg. I don't know if we get it yet. If Russell can't breach, regardless, the trade is profitable.
US stocks extend full Nasdaq down 1%.
Later, Sam.
Goodbye, E.
I'm just waiting for this leg into 800 and then I'm out.
According to the Wall Street Journal, Fed's cook-off is first defense of mortgage records.
Taking off a little here into 830. I have 2 left. Still just that 915 to 86 area is my risk. Stop is at 915. My average is 875 now on these runners.
US stocks extend fall, S&P 500 down 1%. So we have posted out the article from the Wall Street Journal on the feed for you to read through.
I just moved my
basically,
stop
Fed's
to
cook,
break
says
even
here
from
that
915.
lawyers on Monday provided the first detailed defense of her mortgage applications, arguing that apparent discrepancies in loan documents were either accurate at the time or inadvertent notation that couldn't constitute fraud given other disclosures to her lenders.
All right. I either take a break even or I fill at 810 and 800. I am going to dip out. You guys have a blessed rest of your day.
Enjoy your afternoon.
Yep. Goodbye. Just downside continues as long as this pivot is maintaining. Just play your reversion zone as offer. Just like we talk about, trend is down. Held our reversion zone low as resistance here at our 910. And we're just continuing downwards. As long as RTY has no momentum to upside, right? We're just trending down, we go down. Everything is pointing the same way. Just look at your POCs, previous 15s, no shift of the V. Sorry, no right side of the V, and just trend down. Offer holding. So as long as that's maintaining, you can stay in your trade. Yeah. I'll post a chart in chat after I log off stream, but not much to do. All right, peace.